gotta get a little smaller though. I don't actually remember how small I have to be for this one. For this game. Hopefully this is right. This is probably enough. Okay, continue. Does it go to the next game in the series, or does it... Oh, no. Hi, Vay. Don't save. Yes. Oh, that just closed the whole game. Whoopsies! Hi. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Oops, I closed the whole game. I meant to just go back to the title screen. I forgot those are two separate options on this game. I guess, here. This obviously works, so... Okay, let's start. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
At that very moment, he's probably asleep.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
Find myself faced with another awful crime. She didn't read it out loud. Her!
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life.
Wait, what?
As a lawyer.
Girl boss, let's go!
So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Girl boss, let's go! The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Oh my gosh. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Oh, he's better now.
Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Oh, yes, good morning, sir.
I hardly recognize you. Got a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born.
Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me? Oh, pretty! Would I be correct in thinking you're to be my lawyer in court today? Yes. That's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear, I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing! I love her. She's pretty. Rei Membami. Born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman of our time, she works at the university research laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Shit, they cute. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem... well, you've become a little flushed. Oh, it's just that. Oh, you look so gallant and oh, lesbian. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Oh, not gay. Oh, I see.
Ah ha ha! It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba?
If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax.
Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course. I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. Yeah, but, like... okay, so, like, low-key lesbian. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Day. It's just that... No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge! Look at you! You look for all the world like a student of the Imperial Yume University! A male student! I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see...
It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take your defense in this trial.
My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Okay, maybe actually lesbian. Maybe bi. Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worried that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. No, I have complete faith in you. Nay. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And you just because you're a woman. What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in the courts? You're so gallant and dashing. Hey. Don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. I'm sorry. It's just, they do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. I see Susato does not share the feelings. That's okay. It happens.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased. I think it certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Nay, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Ever so slightly that, the 3D model doesn't have to depict it so that we can save on resources for this 3DS version of the game. Susato, you believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? course it is. Perfectly clean. I've absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. She's so cute. Ray's cute.
Should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh, stand aside! Ray's cute. I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? Reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
Should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father.
You better not call him father when we're in the courtroom, or that's gonna be sus.
I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times I wish that he were here? Have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Let's go! August. That's an unlucky day, probably.
This court are now in session to hear the trial of Rei Membami, sorry. Oh! What he... Oh, he... because his top knot is gone, he is...
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your I don't remember the voice I gave for him. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Pink. To subtly, say that she girl. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready.
Ready?
Oh, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct?
Wait, isn't that current Naruhodo? Or is he Ryuichi? Sorry?
Oh, yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel?
That's right, that's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Ah. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it.
Phoenix is Ryuichi? Oh, okay. Okay.
And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo? The first face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program that is,
his cousin!
That's right, Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them! situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has called in a country boy. How dare you! Susato was every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Please be careful, Nay. What a fun, refined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me!
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, the same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, it'll be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
Alright, it's time to prove myself.
The same animations!
Yes, Your Excellency. Please do make them simple.
Very well. Start with, you will state the name of the victim.
That is simple. I can forget that if I tried.
What's the... Oh, we have to do this again? Lines are wont to blank. Got it. Okay, come on. Tell me how to open the court case. Tell me how to open it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get to the point. I wish I could advance this text faster. Come on. Just use right button. Yep. Come on. Okay, I'm trying, but it's not there. There it is. Oh yeah, it's Giselle Brett, yeah, her. Female, British, 11th of August, around 2 p.m., ascertained by examination and witness statements. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes? Okay.
Okay.
I'm waiting, counsel.
Okay. Oh, okay, there you go. Giselle Brett.
Yes!
Oh, it even has her voice. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court records.
Obviously, I still remember. It was the start of everything. Still, Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of...
Queen Victoria!
a killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer.
At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I was in London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was. Which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court.
A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. Second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed a despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. I do actually know a kind of spoiler about Giselle, though, because I went looking for something for her to figure out what her name meant. So I kind of know a vague spoiler.
Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained for our empire's obligations was to see the women safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed! Only the day before?
That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh! Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle.
Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Aochi.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August, in broad daylight.
Oh, pretty.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. Crab. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal.
What about her bird hat? Do you think her bird hat is dead?
Hi Doc, how are you? There were two persons alone together at the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Oh, that voice is gonna kill me over time.
Oh no! Yesterday was good, but I was very tired. I pretty much, came home and fell asleep. We got up at like 9. We had to leave by like 9:30, and then we didn't get home until like 10. Yeah.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions.
Wait, like which ones? Which ones were orange?
Okay. By the way, this is Susato. She's being sneaky right now. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution counsel on what he said about everything. If I might, Prosecutor Aochi.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel students?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned bathing spot.
Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's...
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at her country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to climb the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me. It was a young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke that man if you don't need to.
At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the process. Yeah, okay. Probably actually the... I'm just gonna go through everything, because screw it. Minbami-san. Yes, what is it, I mean, Naruhodo-san. I'm really starting to wish we made my alias Ryutaru Susato. Please tell the court why exactly were you present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett to her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
Oh,
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But Father's right, we need more information. Bum, 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 bum. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
It's the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand.
I beg your pardon?
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Minbami-san, You are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe?
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson! The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago.
They is so cute, though. She didn't do it.
They accuse a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson is a wonderful man.
She didn't. No. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him.
Obviously, I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh, no. Hey, be careful what you're saying.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
I believe we have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago. Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Nay would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yeah, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Nay.
So, Your Excellency, if you would be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Oh, I think her goose is dead too. Her goose is dead too.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. Why is she holding a pen, though?
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
Okay.
This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much, much more to its case.
We intend to— wait, is it Hosonaga that was the detective? I hope it was Hosonaga.
Accused of appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
How can you have multiple— how do they all be like, oh, they were the only ones in the thing, but we have multiple witnesses? There was only the detective, the victim, and the defendant, but we have multiple witnesses. How does that make sense? Witnesses? But who?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective.
It's Hosonaga.
I assure you the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
It was Miemi, probably.
Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Taketsuchi Aoji, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse. And that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me and caught my top knot.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't tie it back now. It stays down and he grew out like the top, like the front part, it looks like. For some reason. I couldn't tell you why he's growing out a little like bump on his forehead, but...
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls.
What?
Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Aoji growth.
Oh. Huh? Why is this relevant?
You see, the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown.
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly?
Holy shit, Ray.
I said silence! Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides of this trial. The prosecution and defense each have much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life.
That's gonna like pop. It's Hosonaga.
Soseki-san!
His hair is gonna pop off. It's just gonna pop off when he loses.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau.
What's his turtle's name, though?
I am in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And I am the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat. A sensational success by Soseki Natsume. Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me.
I needn't?
It's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even.
Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes, of course. I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget about him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is, hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses for one. Although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he doesn't recognize me either.
I suppose it's a disguise, isn't it? Is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. What if the business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. I like how he's still kind of like dressed in his suit, but they clearly just put like a yukata, like a robe over top of his like vest and bow tie and button down. And the pattern from his, like, it's the same color as his suit jacket from before. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikotoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who'd studied in Great Britain. course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scooper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read Editor Lead, you're my provincial, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. In this case, it's returning to his country. They really wanted him to be like... Why is he posing like this? Why is there a crack here? Wait, did he get another cat? Waggy 2.0! Hi, Waggy 2.0! This doesn't actually, let me read it though. Like, 自転車戦争大盛り上がりで something something 今月2日 I can't read enough of this. Jitensha Dai Senso Kai. That's not important. I don't think the great Japanese bicycle war is important. That's down here, by the way. Yeah. Anyway.
The lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement.
Well, I can't read enough of it, I'm sorry. Like, half of the sentences are cut off. I can't read most of it. Sorry.
I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast! Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her.
The detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach.
Oh, he's still coughing.
But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so yeah, okay. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
He's still bleeding from his mouth. Are we gonna learn about that? Oh my. Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now.
Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize.
Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline an invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret.
Oh, he only licks his pencil once? Interesting. Hold on. I'm adjusting my blinky so I can be comfy.
Very well, I must next ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Poor turtle on his head.
Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am.
Okay.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran to the beachhead at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. That's wrong. She stabbed her. It was a one stab wound.
What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? It's a fucking pen. A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Yeah, okay, but like, what does this pen have to do with anything? Oh, goodness me.
Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right. The fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Oh! The owner's initials have been engraved in the ebonite barrel.
But how would she have grabbed it from her attacker if she was stabbed from behind? Hello?
R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant.
No! Are we really doing this bullshit and now, like, initials thing again?
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
Let me look at it.
So, have I omitted anything?
Maybe. Oh, I can't look at it yet. Game won't let me look at it yet. Fuck.
Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The prosecutor GAA2 of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes! Me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistency in the witness testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. Let's see what I can do. Can I look at the fucking pen yet? No. Alright, we press everything. First order of business.
Hold it!
In that jaunty disguise.
Correct. Wait, no! I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It was tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the English woman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day.
And this tried and tested outfit was the answer.
Being able to blend flawlessly into a crown is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle, oh, his name is Mr. Turtle, floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? That made you late arriving on the scene. I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment.
Hold it!
I like how it's her voice. Even though it's very definitely not masculine, but alrighty. Oh, you're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san.
curse the heavens. Yeah! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describe things so.
So Seki-san wasn't at all like this in England.
Anyway, I spun around the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut.
Well, so did, Naruhodo. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats for rest and recuperation.
Changing your swimwear in the sand! Well, that sucks. I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise.
Hold it!
Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say... But how could that be?
No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Rei Membami-san.
Oh. It would have been helpful if you could just have said that from the outset.
If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me! Pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish. Really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the noren curtain hanging on the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand.
Oh, look at his little turtle friend's head bounce when he coughs.
My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling!
He doesn't appear to be lying here.
Well, so Seki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder?
You'd like a literary man's opinion.
Hold it!
She can't have stabbed wildly because it was a single stab wound. Duh. Bum 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 bum.
Yes, okay. A shrill, effeminate scream.
No, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you.
I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression. Where was just now? I believe. Wait, which, where, what? Oh. Uh-oh. There's old Soseki-san.
So do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described?
There's old Soseki-san. No! I mean, yes! I know what I saw! My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, and my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it in tomorrow's newspaper or serial.
It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become.
Oh dear, how awkward.
Hold it!
Bum 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 bum.
She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that?
Very simply. From the blood on the blade.
The blood?
When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, yes! That's right, I saw it too! Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived at the scene. Yes, yes, that's right, I saw it too! And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand, too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. That's also, impossible. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound at least, but contradicts evidence that we literally already have. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Damn. Perhaps you should have done your fucking job. Literally, it's what she just... Do we let him die like this? No, he stops coughing. Damn it. He tries to hide behind Turtle. Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. That's all I can do is stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't understand why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even. A delusion. What's more important is that we determine the truth. And there's only one sure way to do that. Yeah, with evidence, of course. Looking like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimonies, you can use RB. Pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I think I could have done that. Unlike the court record, I don't think it blocked me from opening it up until it told me. So. Because I think I saw the button, but my first order of business is always press everything. I know what I want to present, though. Or at least where I should present. It's this line. Because it can't have been this, right? There's only a single wound, a single steep stab, so it can't have been multiple. So...
Objection!
Look at her go!
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
Look at her!
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel?
This is the pose that we always do in this video game, don't you know? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How?
Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
I love this music.
At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut. The defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. She's not even wet slapping the table, she's like solid slap.
And yet, that cannot be.
What? Get to the point, please, Counsel.
She even keeps her cute little book-checking pose. Cute! In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Oh.
Cough. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Woo! Ooh!
And Soseki-san!
Me?
You claim to have seen Mimbani-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly!
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same points. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw what the defendant was holding.
Yes, and?
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way that could have been the blood on the knife if that single stab hadn't already occurred.
Ah! True! What exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever gonna tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be! Excellent work, Susato. Ryutaro. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like that. This in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution. Oh yeah, he's so better, yeah? Who has only half a head of hair. Oh, Mikotoba!
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to moments of extravagance.
Susato!
I'm in agreement with the prosecution.
Well, no, like, if she doesn't really... Well, actually, no, she should know better. She's a student of forensic science. She probably should know better than to take a knife out of somebody.
Fair. That's probably worth a point. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we are back where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is as innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be good.
Why did they pull out the knife?
Yes. Going for the jugular.
Huh? What does father mean by that? I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife out from the victim's bodies was surely so she could... I mean, the only one that goes here would be like this. But it doesn't make sense. She should know better than to take out a knife. Like, do they know about that yet? Like, I would think that they would know about this in this time period, right? I don't know, I'm gonna put it anyway. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take a hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mimbani-san was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim.
Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
It's not good, is it?
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect from this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may? Speak, witness. I'd like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean.
Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Council's assertion.
I mean, I guess I had to pick this option even though it made sense. Why they're gonna tell me that doesn't make sense. But... they're gonna tell me why that's illogical, but... yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes.
Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. I see.
Ha! This is why yokels should stay on the farm! Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge.
Now, the question is, what do the pupils have to do with it, right? Because it also mentions that she has pupil constriction. Right? In both eyes. Did she, like, give her something that made her pupils constricted? And that she was actually trying to give her medical profession, whatever? I don't know, medicine. Oh, whoops, wrong button.
Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out knows it.
Well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see. Or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Oh, Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. They would have been well aware of it. If you were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
They never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... could my friend actually have...
Susato,
yes?
pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving I don't know how to read this word. Adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand. Believing in your client and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. Knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, first off, as always, press.
Hold it!
Press, press, press. I might make some tea in a bit too.
Does not present an ounce of sense. Why are we getting threatened for this?
Hold it!
Oof. Oof, Susato.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it?
Oh dear. We have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views.
Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much.
Hold it!
A motive doesn't mean she would actually do it, though.
Objection!
His voice tracks are so fun, though. Bum bum. Okay, so...
Hold it!
Okay, so what am I supposed to do on this? Okay. But being in his debt...
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If they knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further. Just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, it's times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals.
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
Oh. Huh? Oh, now I can finally examine my fucking evidence. Thank you. Can I do it now? Alright, won't let me yet. Tell me how to do it, please. Please just tell me how to do it. I know what to do, just let me do it now. Come on, let me touch. Thank you. Boop. Oh. Oh. Why is it empty?
Why is it empty? Are there anywhere else I can? I thought you like put ink in the other way though. Like you take it all the way off. I didn't know that they suck it up through the nib. I never had a fountain pen. Oh, the pen doesn't belong to Ney. I've actually never used a like actual like fancy nibbed any pen like where you dip it in either. Okay, I think that's all I can look at. I think that's the only parts that I can look at here. Can I look at... Oh! Now it lets me look at it. Now it'll let it read. Now it'll actually tell me where I can actually see the whole text. His hand karate chopped him in the neck? Oh my goodness. Can we learn oh, I won't let us learn about the bicycle wars. Sorry. No bicycle wars. Deadly poison stolen from Yume University's medical research laboratory? Bruh. The poison's been so wait. To think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there? Highly toxic poison. I'll be working on the strictest. Oh? Oh no! You put Ray in charge of the project. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. We need to wait. Gotta rotate it in a circle to try to read the Japanese text. Oh my god. No, now it's all too blurry. Okay, everything's all one here. And everything's all one here, okay. This does not have that. That's not gonna have that. Okay, so the poison article. Wait, can I? Oh, okay. Following a lecture at Yume by Sosuke Natsume on the 11th of August, it came to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via mouth or via wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot be detected by the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset and impaired breathing and anyone with acute control. Oh! Oh no, this is bad. This is bad. This is the pupils are contracted. This toxin is apparently entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. I see. Well, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh, my mouse, sorry. Okay. Maybe the poison? The poison would be a reason.
Objection!
Yes, the music stopped. Hell yeah. No, there was one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. There's also a poor loser? No, that's you.
What possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here. In this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from the laboratory at Imperial Yume Unit.
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
But
Prosecutor Aochi, you will let the defense speak?
But a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. It will indicate to the court precisely what part of this newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency.
yes, of course. Thank you. They would have never done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... I think it's the third one, right? Yeah, acute contraction of the pupils, yeah. At least I think that's what it wants me to select. According to the article, the development of the poison was requested by the military.
Yes. A troubling revelation indeed.
Oh, it's very worrying.
And yeah, it's even more worrying. Is how this yokel is trying to manipulate the court. With nothing more than rumors.
Ah!
Wait, I was wrong?
But I feel sure they had a good reason for her actions. I feel sure they oh, that didn't count? Okay. I'm jumping ahead, aren't I? The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body through a knife laced with the poison, it rapidly absorbs and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection! This is complete and utter nonsense!
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was a hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the documents.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection! Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with the case, and as I believe, the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the students should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive.
But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel?
Why did they suspect the soilsome poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. Well, see, I skipped this step. This is what I wanted to prove.
You can't possibly.
From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. From my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
It's just the court record. It's just the post-mortem.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in post-mortem reports means that it's an unusual symptom of death? Well,
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there is extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
what are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely,
Yes. As medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. I miss Aoichi, but his voice is wild.
Prosecutor Aoichi, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence.
You!
Oops.
Yokel student and yokel professor!
He's so mad.
I believe defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it. One sec. But I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know. The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ha! Listen to this bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father...
A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's totally unfounded! Who? Hey. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray? Minbami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
It was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount, it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was.
The thief?
You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman.
Miss Giselle Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. She just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison.
Oh no. Whatever do you mean?
And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and collapsing on the floor. I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes had shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I'd hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Oh. Hey! Hey! I love her. She's innocent.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I've duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Attention!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Minbami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed?
Well,
Wait a sec.
Yeah! Yeah! Hell yeah, I'm right.
Anyway, I'm gonna go, make some tea. I'm gonna make some tea.
the question still is, who stabbed her? But, yeah. Very obvious, she was stabbed through that slit. I can't see the text, but I'm pretty sure Doc is gonna be like, it's a baby. Yep. It's the baby. I went and got pictures too. And my legs are so tired from yesterday. We walked so much. How much did we walk? Let's see what my phone says. My phone says yesterday we took 14,000 steps. Give or take. My legs hurt. But yeah. We went to Kino Kuni. I actually didn't have the books I was looking for because I didn't like. I kind of figured that would be the case. Yeah, I probably have to have like them ordered in advance to get them. And then I kind of forgot. So we had to I didn't actually get any books. But I did get, I posted on Twitter. They have these little miniatures. And I got a little random blind box little dude. He's very cute. Here. No, not that. This. Look at him. He's happy. And then, yeah. We looked around. Apparently there's a book off now in that area. Where else did we go? Oh, there's Tamashii Nations now in New York. And then Yeah, book off, like a secondhand bookstore thingy mabob from that Japan has too. Right? Yeah. Yeah, and Tamashii Nations has a store. They actually had a line to get in because they wanted to keep things like reasonable for like not being too crowded. No, they had a lot of anime stuff too. I didn't really take pictures because it was also like really raining yesterday, but they actually had like a big Luffy statue, well, Luffy figure statue. So like they had a big statue, but it's like Luffy, but it's like got all the joints on it, so it's like the Naruto one we saw in Japan. No, they had a lot of One Piece as well. No, they had a good, I mean, yeah, there was a lot of Dragon Ball and there was some Marvel, but they had a good mix of like their standard stuff. They had some Kamen Rider too. Alright, my tea's ready. Okay, I'm coming back. How's the new pro tag? Sato cute. But yeah, Tamashii Nations New York seem to have similar stock to what they had in the things that we saw when we were in Japan as well. But it's a smaller store, so obviously they have less than what we would see at the two big ones we went to. Like the one that was in the pop-up thing for Bandai Namco in Ikebukuro and the really big one in Akihabara. But generally the stock was very similar. They had they had some of their limited edition, like the Tamashii Nation store only ones. Like the Sailor Moon one and everything. They had most of the Sailor Moon cast, especially. Yeah. Yeah, they had a good variety in my opinion. Sorry, I moved my phone. But yeah, they were able to open a store, and then yeah, Book Off had a thing, and then we actually, one thing I found that was funny when we were in Book Off was that we found someone must have like sold their library book because it had those stickers that like I associate with like being in a library, like the section label, like it being a graphic novel, young adult. Which is so funny. I guess maybe they bought it from a library and couldn't get the stickers off. I don't know. But yeah. Alright, finally, we're going back.
Objection!
Sorry, I'm gonna be eating for a little bit, so. Here's evidence. But he hesitated for a moment there. Oh. Wait, what the fuck is this? Who took this picture? Where did they take this picture? Wait, this is the same person that took the picture of, for the newspaper article because of that crack here? This crack here? Wait. Is it that guy that was taking pictures of Soloseki-san?
Oh, right. She screams like a girl. Oh, she's an asshole. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Okay. Okay, but like, let me actually look at it. But it just proves that she touched the knife. Not anything else. Wait, do we even have a picture of the knife? Besides that one? Well, I can see the pieces, but...
I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Me.
Objection!
That's of no one. Yes, it is! Look at the angle of it. Are you guys dumb?
Oh.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's command. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. I know who.
Oh. I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. There was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness.
Are we to understand that then, Counsel?
That in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first pronounced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. I mean, sure, we don't have Photoshop yet, but like... Sussy picture is sussy. What? Okay. That's somehow...
Ruin your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces.
No, Takeuchi, you're gonna rue the day you came back to court with that little poop on your head.
I can figure out who took the picture.
There's a clue! Yeah, there's a clue! I know who took the picture, at least how we can figure out who took the picture. I have the answer! Sort of.
This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to.
All we had was the black magic book thing. Something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please, do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. However, I'm able to present evidence. Yeah. It's the other part of the newspaper. Let's go. This one. Yes. The picture. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens.
Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably. And the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now... Yep.
They figure it out.
They fucking broke their camera.
Objection!
From the branches of a tree. Really? You're gonna do this again? He's so mad.
They were taken with the same camera.
A camera defect. Obviously, this must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device?
Yes. We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. Same camera and probably same person.
Objection!
They're a newspaper person! Keep forgetting, Prosecutor Aochi. That one of these photographic features in a newspaper article.
A newspaper! Ah!
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
Wah!
What? Those worked? Soulseki?
You've already testified!
It's many memo. Many memo. I tell you, it's many memo. Me, ni, me, mo. Is he okay? Soulseki-san? What was that? Did you say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. His name is so bad. Writing many memos. A reporter by the name of Daiten Many Memo is hounding me from dawn till dusk. Writing many memos.
Now that he mentions it.
They're saying directly, Daiten Many Memo. Many Memo. Excuse me. One more thing. Oh, finally with the fucking weapon.
Meh!
Okay. There. Wait, a TBC and then introductory trial? That's pretty rare, isn't it? That's pretty rare, isn't it?
I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Nay.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was just scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? You had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Even though in my heart, I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato, I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
I love Day. She's so pretty. She's so cute. She has such bi, like, undertones here.
I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
No! Day had, like, she was fawning over Susato before she knew she was wearing a disguise to look like a boy. And then even after finding out, she was like, oh my god, you look so good though. Bye. Bye, queen here. I just don't think Susato returns the attraction though.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Nay. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
Zip, thank you. Nay!
Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now.
See? Bye!
Oh, Nay. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well, now, whatever do you mean?
And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes.
And you were the only people in the hut at the time?
That's right. It's Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. I just don't understand how she could have possibly been stabbed like that.
I know how!
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up.
It'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you, I'm gonna prove everything you said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes. I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should have hopefully identified it on the blade by now. Trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. That's important.
We're going to test something for it, huh?
Can I test the thingy?
Oh. What does that say?
A foreign language she doesn't know. Oh, it's German!
Couldn't you have just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. For now, anyway. Medicine would be entirely appropriate. Okay. Well, that seems the only thing I can look at. Okay. Can I test the ink and the pen? What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing! What? It was when the professor and Suzuki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. The so-called English lady swanned in, like her hat, and without any compunction said to Miss Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there?"
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Suzuki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Suzuki-san knew about the poison.
Suzuki-san wouldn't have done it! No way, no way! Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Meni Memo-san.
That name is gonna kill me every time I read it.
By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh.
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Suzuki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel! We just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steal ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes! May's put your faith in me now and told me everything. I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
It's not the baby! It's not the baby! Probably. Almost certainly, probably.
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh? What news? Why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
And the regent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But judging by the man's
Swagger, I fear we may need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And Council, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Isn't that pretty low? Damn.
Armed with the regent, the test is extremely simple. I couldn't have made a mistake.
Okay, now I can finally look at this thing.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier.
Doesn't really matter because I want to look at the fucking blade myself. Oh dear. Oh yeah, I think that's it. Okay.
Has been utterly destroyed.
Yeah, but she wouldn't know it wasn't the blade. She wouldn't have known it wasn't from the blade.
Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Good.
Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case... where the toxin have entered the victim's body? It's the pen. It's the fucking pen. Yeah, I did hear about Lynn Lane. Actually, when we were going to bed, the other day, or was it right before, what was it, Friday into Saturday? Right? Someone in Haru's, alliance, he was doing her before bed, triggered it. And he was like, wait, I've never heard her say that line. And he was really confused by it. And then he found it over on Twitter that it was spreading around from people sharing it. No, like that's praise, because it's also correctly named after the fish. Navigator's dagger. It's good. Apparently it's both hug and blow kiss activated. I don't know if people have checked Dote, which is the old event exclusive one. That's the same as blow kiss, but does have a heart little animation attached to it. But yeah, it doesn't work. People tested. That's a shame. I do like that somebody said that it might have a slight cooldown, but you can do it more than once. Anyway, we're gonna keep going with our defense.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Light and mini memo of Show You News. I'm what people like to call a journo.
Are you good at video games, sir? Wait a sec. Yeah. We actually, yeah. We kind of heard it the same day it started going around, too, yeah. What's a journo, father? You know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when the news breaks, breaking pen to paper, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news.
Oh, it was you who took that photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Ooh, brace yourselves, people! Many memo senses a scoop in the offing! Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in the Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at the 72 point in a 5-leg format in the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then. Let's start with your name.
It's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
No, the readers won't buy that. Witness? Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. It was just delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't quake when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've gotta be fast. Fast legs run with, and a fast hand to write with. Wait. RM Night 10 Mini Memo.
It's his pen. Anyway.
It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my mini memoism.
Many memoism?
Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, that's right. That was me, Many Memo again. And you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu News offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's word had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words.
A criminal, left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen. It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Oh, damn.
Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down.
Where did he... Okay, how did he... Where did this pencil come from if, the pencil on his ear is still here? Huh?
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my many memo pad.
How did I manage to say that, but I can't say, like, normal words?
Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here, right? Here it goes!
I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast.
A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get this woman's story so I can hammer her to the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh, yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish. Through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Many Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
The camera never lies.
The beach hut was made out of shoddy old reed screens, though there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. How? My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames quickly as a flash. I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weed of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Reed screens, you say?
Right. You could see them clearly enough that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh, yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you said that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens.
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's the many-memoism in a nutshell. Sure. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and the testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No!
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news. Startling photograph. All the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh,
That's right.
it seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ha! More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Much closer than his, suspenders, anyway.
Hold it!
Yeah, but how would she have stabbed her when she was up against the wall?
Journo instinct. Why does he have blue shit on his hand?
Would you wear suspenders? No. Me, I do in my crafter outfit right now, I think, though. I have a couple of outfits that have suspenders on 14. Sorry?
My mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoop knows no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even many memoism, it's basic journalism.
No, I think I'm good. I have other things to fiddle with. If only the courtroom was less indiscriminate.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on?
Okay. I feel like the blue shit on his hand is, like, important. But maybe I'm just imagining stuff.
Hold it!
Anyway.
Many memo what? What is this line? I mean, if she'd laid into her any more, there would have been eggs. Hello? Hello, what? What? Okay. Okay. Sure. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on all deaf ears like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
You really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Like, that is... damn, that's a thing.
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ha! The precise moment, I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are, it's all here in my mini memo pad.
So... where was he peering from? Okay. It was on this stool at the back of the hut. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt.
The evil student girl. Rude? In the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. Nah, this sounds... wrong.
What you describe as a grim crime indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. Okay. By the way, many memo sound. Let me look at this thing.
Oh, there's something else I can look at. Okay, cool.
Whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes with the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy, rather than capture it on film? You absolute sleazeball.
Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved.
That's our... I don't know how to read that French word. Sorry. Anyway. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not.
An observer always remains. On the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Is it just me? Does anybody else notice that sometimes Yutaro's hat, like, shifts on her head?
I think the witness, with his last expertly phrased statement, should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Mother, you...
I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement.
It's mostly like when she tips, like when she does one or two expressions, I feel like.
Oh, nihilism is the foundation of many Memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves are stretched to a breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough
To snap the shot.
You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many Memoism and humanism don't always agree.
That's fucked up.
And most of the time in those instances, many Memoism comes out on top.
Like, this looks like it's slightly shifted higher so we can see her eyebrows. For the specific model. And it's fine, it makes sense. It's just... when you see it shift. Weird. I don't know.
As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art.
Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making all this up. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. Yep.
Pressed often. Yeah, our first order of business is literally press everything. So I press that one. Press that one. Press that one. Not this one, because it skipped me to the last one.
I gotta do this.
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth.
I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident.
Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic many-memoism.
It's not something to boast about.
My burning desire to see something or other exposed.
If you say so, sir.
Wait, was the pen in the first picture? Hold on. Was the pen in the picture he saw? We can't see, okay. The pen is in this picture. Which... What is it? Fountain pens can be pretty sharp, can't they? Right? Fountain pens can be pretty sharp. Nah? So, like, you could easily cut yourself on a fountain pen. And if instead of ink inside this pen was the poison, then she could have easily have gotten the poison in through her hand. I mean, I figured they just have to be, you know? Like, they have to be sharp. Like, that's the whole point. But, yeah.
Hold it!
I've never actually had one, so... They're too expensive. And I feel I would just make a mess with the ink. I would not be able to, like, use it properly. Nope, no, never. I've seen them. I never had one. Nope. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. Well, we had more like what you would think of as like art supplies, like chalk, pastels, watercolors, acrylics. No sort of like calligraphy or writing type, which is where fountain pen would be. We didn't have any sort of like writing stuff. Maybe we had ink like once, but we definitely didn't use fountain pens.
Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing.
No, a journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints. Take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on.
Did he just make that up?
The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There's nothing more to be said.
And I press this. I'm gonna make a silly. I'm gonna save first. But I'm pretty sure the answer to this is this pen.
Objection!
Yes!
Many Mimo-san. Until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm more proud to wear the emblem of Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more many-memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems that journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Many Mimo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Ugh.
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM.
thank you for bringing that up, Council. The initials of the accused, De Membami.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also RM?
No!
Daiten Many Memo. RM.
That's horse dung! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user.
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand,
Oh, that was important.
there's a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung!
Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died,
You met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut.
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
the defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. Bang, bang. Okay. I point to the symbol. Of course, Your Excellency. I love the music a lot. It's really nice. Okay. Can I turn the camera? Okay, that's fine. This is fine.
Got it!
This is fine. As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize. Many Memo-san.
Damn. Goodness me. It's the emblem of the Show You News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they?
Woo! She's so good.
Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond?
Oh my god, she just murdered him. No!
He's dead.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine, I won't die to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Show You News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
An interview?
You never mentioned this before.
When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yes, alright, but on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witnesses. Soseki Natsume-san.
Soseki-san?
Well, yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves. It's not a harmless one, it's big!
What?
If you say so, sir. Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. I suppose so. Sure.
Soseki-san. Hiding something?
Wait. It better not be Soseki. Oh, that's the old Soseki-san. That's old Soseki-san. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed by the other witnesses coming running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now.
Okay, well then what was it?
The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's, true. Yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
Okay, but what was the question?
Ace Attorney be like this sometimes, huh?
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question, I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. Barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense? I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut? Okay, but like, in a normal testimony, they would just say what the hell they asked. Ace Attorney logic. Okay. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Yes, that sort of talking is straight as a ruler.
Ask every question if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. As if you're asking for a menu. I see. I better know the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase.
Mystery is a woman's charm.
Whew! That told me. I waltzed right out of there.
Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing into a dance hall, I say. That's the best way. I better know the paper told me that.
Sure.
Hold it!
Persistence wins the prize. Any memoist will tell you that. Let them think you've left, and just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop.
And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Oh, I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence.
Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure.
Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm gonna tell it.
Then why didn't you put it in the newspaper?
Hold it!
Oh, mustache twisting, touching eyes, but poor Souseki-san. Poor Souseki-san. Poor Souseki-san.
Oh, he recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely.
No sutras are to resound in my courtroom.
Okay, but what was the fucking question, bro? What question? What exactly did he say?
Oh no, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. No, just fucking tell us! Aren't you Mr. Writer Man?
Ah! Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Hmm? The horse take no. I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, on that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Hey! I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the glass victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw him spread on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just moments later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin!
But what did you ask her, Souseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't! She said nothing in response! What? I will! Oh.
Hold it!
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain. Wait, was it twice? Was it really twice? Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't remember the second time.
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear. Souseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report of his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. She's dead and racist, yeah. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, didn't she, Mr. Writer Man? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose.
Hold it!
So she pointed in the direction, but not at? Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Souseki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut, which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No.
Souseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? Fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger toward the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly. In a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhat back of the hut where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious. And yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? As the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed this crime.
I'm inclined to agree. In the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No! No!
The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers, hopes dashed. 92 points across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. Isn't 92 point font like huge? This is a serious blow, Susato. How big is 92 point in like printed size? Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything else we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
May gave us a recount of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Nay? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to—
We're thinking, sir! So the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on the—
Objection! This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Who is the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim?
I know how! Sort of.
Objection!
I just don't know how you want me to prove it.
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your I still don't know how to read this word. Adjudication? For the time being.
Oh? What end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists!
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene. Who could have committed this crime? What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger at the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy.
Very well. If you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
you will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. Where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Like... here.
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm on Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here, and the music stopped, so I know that it's correct.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting that the culprit was outside the hut.
What?
Many memos. Uncomfy. Many memos about to be many murder. No, actually, he's only killed one.
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire! That makes no sense at all!
You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Aochi, there is a way.
Ugh.
And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you yokel!
Bonk. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel.
Okay.
This I'm gonna go with. Oh, it's not that, is it?
Damn it.
Okay. I mean, it is. But it isn't. I thought that, like, showing the hole open is the better pick. Like, going with that option was better, but... No, it was the first one I thought of. Okay. Come on.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene.
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from the outside of the beach hut.
Objection!
Jackson! Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
Are you blind, sir? I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Damn. The thing that I noticed, like, when I went to go get snacks.
Take that!
Look closely, just here.
Oh, we got a whole different view of the picture.
In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't. I can't see any such thing.
Sir, do you need new glasses? It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed.
Daiten many memos-san. It could only have been you.
Oh. Oh.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? You assume, as part of this farcical situation, the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
We're not.
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly as if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool.
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was
Killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Ah! Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed to the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membani-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. Uh-oh. 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 By your silence, Many Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, the court has successfully established the truth of this matter. Wait, that's it? That's what we're gonna end on? Which means that the defendant, Membani-san, is innocent of the crime. Wait, is that where we're ending it? Wait. But what about the poison?
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuation of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and hold it! It's probably the him. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut. Through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant.
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all. Oh. This trial already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Wow. He just lost it.
What? What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett, is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see, I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom, and whose back, and with whose blade.
You're taking credit for this, sir.
Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted you in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim has no trace of poison in it whatsoever.
Let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well...
No, Susato! Susato! Where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. That's drinking, right?
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked to the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either.
Somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Oh, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. That will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Oh, he's so unhinged.
Hold it!
He so did it.
Established? What are you talking about?
Hmm? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those white eyes. This is prime press fodder. This is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is! Let me get a shot of this magnificent beard, Your Excellency! You claim to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You'll explain to the court that in your testimony that the basis upon which you make such claim. I'm a journal and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide anything from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many-memoism.
For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth. But it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial gonna take us?
Okay. Except for hiding the truth? Yeah.
Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman. And it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't gonna punish Miss Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. Oh.
So, you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you were the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen?
You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. He is so unhinged. He's so unhinged. I love when the villains become unhinged. It's great. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right. You guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journal here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical, except for maybe to cover his own tracks so that he wouldn't be implicated in the crime. You know. You know.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
And that's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. I never have made so much progress in proving his guilt. Is he gonna get away with it now?
Go! Susato, go! Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Bonk. Very well then, counsel. Proceeding with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Will it be, though? Will it?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Can I, use this yet? I want to use it with pen. I want to use with pen.
I want to use it with pen. Please. It won't let me use it. I'm gonna have to wait until it lets me. Oh wait, I forgot to press that.
Hold it!
They gotta press everything. First order of business. Bum 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 bada bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 ba bum 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 bum. No, she didn't steal the poison, so. Oh, whoops.
Hold it!
Come on, give me the hole. Press, 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 press. What? We have no... Where's the proof that she administered the poison? Hello? Hello? You wanna shave his hair off? I think it's just gonna pop off eventually. Don't worry. Shouldn't he still be... Even if technically he wasn't the one who killed her, shouldn't he still technically be, like... arrested and jailed for intent of murder? Right?
Hold it!
Mini Memo-san. Right? Like, he had intent to murder, even if technically it didn't... Like, not even just attempt, he did attempted murder. And the only reason it failed was because the person was already dead. That's still, like, attempted murder, right? No, she wasn't. That's not why they were arguing, Mini Mimo-san. Instigate. Okay, yeah. So technically he should still be tried and jailed. Okay. Hold it. They, right? I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Hey,
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of something very important. Some very important testimony. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up.
Susato, please. You have to make them listen. Return to the dog at once, Membani-san. We were in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
hold it. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. The journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness.
Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom.
Whoa, take it easy there. No. She's right. She's right. Where is the lie?
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. Oh, Willis, recognizing this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
Yeah! The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had the knowledge of the new poison.
Wait, do you think Miss Brett killed herself?
With her own poison? With the poison? I guess we'll find out. But surely it would have been no easy task to steal highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting that poison out would be very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail.
Miss Brett bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance.
I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with the deadly poison.
Wait.
I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. Find out if my suspicions were true. I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
How did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Mimo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Surely you were outside the beach hut listening in while the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Uh-oh! Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Uh-oh! Sorry, don't know what you're talking about!
Yes! Look at this! The entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word! Ah! Well, Memo-san?
As a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's the founding principle of many memoism. Actually, as a journo, you should be disclosing your, sources, sir.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it's all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony.
Okay, this one. My turn to bonk the table. Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure their victim would die.
That's horse dung!
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless.
I don't know, maybe someone likes pepper.
Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer, as it happens.
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have only been minutes away from death. And yet this man proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to be a good reason for that.
If it was a reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yeah, that's undeniable.
Pepper pourer. I guess pepper prepper. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Ah, yes, that's it! That's what Menimemo-san first found out about the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here.
Wait, what did you say? I'm sorry, I half read that. You know, you just told me the reason, Mikotoba, why he would have stabbed her anyway, because he wouldn't know how strong the poison was. But where do I press?
Objection!
Okay, I guess here. Here's where I press.
Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There can be no questions of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it's a terrible toxin.
And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membani-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Mrs. Brett's drink.
Objection!
Okay.
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Menimemo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant somehow found an opportunity,
This man would have seen it. Damn. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membani-san entered the hut. Okay. That's very articulate. What? But sure.
when I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Menimemo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted with the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other possible poisons to show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison,
Which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Oh. Yeah.
I know how he got it.
Yeah.
None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it in some nefarious deed. Membani-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, Daiten Menimemo-san. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. Once you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Objection!
What?
Well, what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Yeah, let's go!
I want him to go even more insane. Come on, come on, come on.
The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
There are a number of, yes. I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Oh! Get him! Get him, Susato, get him! She is like... just setting him on fire repeatedly.
Lost hope!
Wait, are we trying to make him lose his shit, or the newspaper guy? Okay. Oh! Yes! Ah! You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is...
I don't need a counter-argument. Oh.
What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's the evidence? Yeah, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? Without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what's the professor said earlier in this trial? It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of printed word. Alright, now you can be like, ooh, how did I get it out? It's in your fucking pen!
I figured that out like 30 minutes ago.
How's that then? Blown the story wide open. See, I, Nai-10 Many Memo, and a mere reporter from the Shoyu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Gah!
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case... As you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
Is he by too? My point is, there's one way that you, Mini Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I've heard enough verbal conjecture for now, thank you. Well, what the court must be shown is evidence.
How does it want me to do this? I actually don't know how this wants me to do this. Is it this?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency. is this fountain pen.
Yeah. A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji's characters.
Magical pens.
I believe that they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Ah, I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else, these newfangled pens are merely a fad.
As a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Stuck up a... Wow, they put a special character in here, okay. One work is awash with words in a blink of an eye. I don't know how to read that word, though.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Ah!
And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word. Can this really be?
Well, many memo-san.
Um,
When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day,
you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood.
you stole some of it, didn't you?
By siphoning the poison up the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Ah!
Where does the pen he throws go?
Objection!
More absurdity! That never happened!
True. We've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say. And for fear of offending our guests, such detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Many Memo-san.
Uh-oh.
So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
A natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, a witness could have been using his pen to write down the details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself, and if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes in to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh!
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
Uh-oh!
Is he gonna do it? So this is how your modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? Or what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Woo! Sir? 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 Look, I know that technically that's not a weapon, but you just made it one? You claim I sucked up poison into my pen? That's wild speculation and nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again! It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. I see, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison in the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection. Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
She's so decisive. She is so girl boss. I love her. Very well then, I'll call upon the defense to present the affirmation evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. I love her.
Council? What is that bottle?
This bottle contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective. Simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
Reagent, what?
One drop of the content of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Mini-Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency. The defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Yeah. Oh, there he goes! Oh my god!
This isn't my fault! The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold the head high as a civilized nation, but bowing instead of our foreign powers when I took arms to the point of my pen, I fired that. I can't read that fast! Many. Oh my god! Yes! Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. Yes!
I was too excited over it.
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
Are we gonna see it, or what? When I saw it there in the lab, that poison, the devil got a hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yeah, that's right. Answer me one thing, Mini-Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? It's obvious. Find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did the English woman end up dead?
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, invading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face!
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism.
Oh, she's still racist as fuck.
Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
Oh! What did you call me?
This country, with its pretensions to do a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Oh my god. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and back into the cave you came from.
That's when I remembered. About the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. Bruh. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't! Couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. Oh, it was my journo spirit, getting all fired up. I feel a little bad, but not really. Bruh. Even if you didn't use it to kill her, you'd get in a lot of trouble for stealing that.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes?
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
At the trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was!
A cover-up?
What do you mean? Hmm? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. Yeah, that puffed-up English woman was going to sail away into the sunset, a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I've done my research, dug up all the dirt, all ready to be published. Do you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. It came under pressure from the government, you mean? Our government was gonna let criminals walk free. They're gonna crush the free press. What choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Minimal-san. You committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
Oh! Susato takedown with words edition.
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose. Like, damn, Susato. Would appear we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense. Yutaro naruhodo.
Oh, right, that's me. Yes, sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
Almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It's an excellent performance. In truth, very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo-san, Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way you handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. Gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
Oh, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts? Why are we making mochi? Why do we have a tsukimi dango, like, thingy here? Hello?
Prosecutor Aochi?
Wait, he's gonna cut it off? Like,
I, Taketsuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living in shame.
wait!
I will end it all now with this plate. What?
Help?
Break of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi.
I know he's just gonna cut off his top knot, but hello? I was hoping it would pop off. Goodbye. Susato's little hand push. Souseki-san mo. Souseki-san mo. Now, in regard to the defendant, Nei Membambi-san,
Yes, Your Excellency.
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you
Not guilty! Yay! Sakura petals because we're in Japan! We get fireworks here too? No, we don't have fireworks here yet. Okay. We haven't adopted that part of the British court system yet? Okay.
Court is adjourned.
Tick, 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 type faster. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato! Oh, Nathan! Thank you! Thank you so much! You were so dashing in there! Nay, and Father... Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh, no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh, no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Day. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Nay. Cute! At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good! Yes, it was so satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else who we could throw together?
Oh my god. I hope you're not looking at me, Nay.
My goodness. No, 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 of course not, of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Nay's lovely smile. Oh.
You fought for your friend to the very last. Dear father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid my farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame! No! But gay! But lesbian. What? Wait, what? Oh. What is happening? Ah, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that
Really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope, but it's me. Susato Mikotoba. Don't. So dashing, so divine. No. Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine, just look at you. I had no idea Miss Susato-san Esquire-S, that you were a locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Soseki-san, are you dumb? Also, what is this hand pose? What is he doing? He just topped it off. I guess you did, yeah. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney! Oh, like the English title. Poor Soseki-san. So confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise.
Even I had no idea, and I'm chief inspector at the police bureau who came up with their Mr. Turtle. No less. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really. And this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I am professional, of course. Okay, now they're giving us, like, the backstory for these in case for some reason you didn't play the first one.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Which he failed, by the way. Though that didn't help, he did it, Kazuma-sama.
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all of this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally.
Iris's daddy.
The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. He was an absolute buffoon. My arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name.
Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine, by the name of John H. Wilson.
What? Dr. Wilson?
I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true... The poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
Iris! As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once to myself to study. Around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because of an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day.
Where did that news come from?
That's what I'd like to know. Because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Is there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? It's really the only explanation I can think of.
Hear me. Reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato. Sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Ah! Let me go! Many Memo-san!
So, one throw wasn't enough for you.
Got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor! Me? I knew the truth. I knew you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
Student of law? He must mean...
Kazuma-sama! What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. Don't know that a guy never made it to England? That he died on the steamship? He'll never... Ah! Oh. What? Wait, hold on. They're just... What? What? Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw had arrived, Eugen. It's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with them. And I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
Trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jikoku. Jikoku. Sorry, I can't read. May I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more, dashing appearance. Susato.
Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you, I had a word in his ear beforehand. He's an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father...
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
What is the judge doing not in his chair? This is so weird. Thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? Well, since I sent a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha!
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson. Now, it seems according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikoto-san Esquire S. Could I, a word?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course, Osaki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Huh?
Oh? I believe
that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. Oh?
This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will! As you know, my time in England was, terrible. First, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you, asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? That particular part my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. Do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course. I could never forget. Your
father seems to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public?
Wait, the one that we didn't get to play? Or something?
Which is why the only case involving you that has any member of the public aware is the first.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems like he somehow holds the key to all those curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous crime. The case of the haunted lodgings.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story, not yet told.
Because we only know about one case, nah? Oh, wait. Whoa.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
What a pretty tree.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
Oh,
Yours, Susato.
cute. Sweet. He was in 2 cases, but we only played 1 with him in the first game. So, like... weird. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. It is 10:30? I don't know. Final chapter. Yeah, that's what I think Himiko and Faye were saying earlier. As well, so... should I put on their special DLC outfits? I kinda want to, just for variety. But I also really like Iris's homemade dress too, but look how cute she is. At the same time, look how cute she is. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of want to keep playing, but like it is 10:30, and I know that if I keep going, I want to like finish the entire investigations. Probably better I don't. I don't know. I know, right? I kind of want to have Naruhodo in the thing. Maybe leave Iris in this, or not Iris, Susato in this. And I like Sholmes in his original outfit, generally speaking. I'm gonna give Ryunosuke a spec for the new outfit. Okay. Maybe, I don't know, it would just feel nicer, because the other outfit, like, I don't know, it's kind of boring, no offense. It's kind of boring. Look how, like, Utena this thing is, though, like, yes. But yeah, the first one was with the adventure of the Clouded Kokoro, right? This is the Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Right? Yeah. Okay. But yeah, probably should stop here. I want to keep going just because I feel like it's a little... Oh, shut up, doorbell. I feel like it's a little early of an end stream.
But it is kind of like the point where you would want to wrap up, because otherwise you'll end up going way too long. So, mhm. Let's see. Let's see. Where should I send you guys? Well, why don't we go over... Oh, I got an ad. I'm waiting for this ad. Wait, we're gonna go say at the Calzone. They are celebrating pre-birthday, it looks like. I will be back tomorrow for art. Yeah, that's all we got going on tomorrow. Here's our raid message. Tomorrow there will also be a YouTube short. Yesterday there's a YouTube video, my reaction to the Alliance raid. So please feel free to check that out over on YouTube. I very much appreciate it. Oh, whoops, did I not copy? Oh, there it goes. Okay. So yeah, I will be back. We'll continue this next week. Well, I guess this week on Saturday, and then yeah, tomorrow will be art stream. All right, let's go over Calzone, and I will be back tomorrow for art. Okay, ayos and Mimi, bye bye.